Alright, that looks good. Now if I could just... Why is it like... Why is it like that? I mean, I suppose I could full screen it, but... Authentic I want to be the guy experience here. I can't even, like, hit center to screen because it's all weird. I mean, that's perfect, truly. Good enough for me. I can turn off the border and options. I'll probably do that. Alright, I need to open my Joy-To key, because there's no way I'm playing this with a keyboard in, like, 2020. I ain't doing that shit! Where is my thing? Okay. Figure out why X-Patter is not doing the thing that it's supposed to do. Apparently I gotta just, like, reset it up. This is why I gave myself, like, 15 minutes to set up before we even started. Boink! There it is. Alt-Enter. I mean, I could just use my side monitor. Oh god. It's stretchy! It's too stretchy for me. Alright, so I feel like this is the default. We'll go with this. Which path should I do first? I guess we'll go with the classic. I think I gotta go between that. The music doesn't restart anymore. True remastering. The remasterment. I need to, like, set my chat closer to the side so I can see what everyone's saying. One of these, like, I have to, like, jump, right? Nope. Yo, MTI, what's up? Doing good. Doing good so far. Why drink yourself into a New Year's stupor when you can just feel like you've been hit by a rocket-powered sack of shit? Cue laugh track. It's retro and funny. Happy almost New Year. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, there you go. You got the laugh track. You got this. I need chat to hold up applause signs. Freeze frame credits, yeah. Alright, good. It was good. I made the reference, guys. Time to turn it off and wrap it up and go home. I feel like one of these goes up. I feel like this one goes up. I'm smart. Sup, G? How did your playthrough of this go? Did you beat it? Did you beat it like a champ? Were you a real winner? I gotta remember how this works. Pretty sure I remember exactly how this works. I do, but I don't. I think everyone discovered the LP of the original. I don't know why. I don't know how. I guess the game was just like, it was primed to explode. It was like one of the first games of its kind that was just like, using gameplay as nothing but a trolling device. That was bad. I don't know how far I'll get because I also made other plans tonight as well, but like I got like 4 hours for this. And then after I go through with the other plans, I'm still gonna probably pick this back up, but I feel like I could probably finish it today, maybe. Famous last words. Really depends on how much I can remember and how much I can do, but yeah. I just feel like playing it now is gonna be a totally different experience from like 2000 and whenever the hell. Yeah, alright. Thanks, game. That was kind of amazing. Good. Great physics. I don't think there's anything over this way, is there? I know there's like invisible blocks. Here we go. Where's that one at? It was like right there. Back here. Are the secret items in? Like that's more of a curiosity that I'm willing to explore. What about the car? Land on the car. Yeah, I actually have to fight the bosses the real way. I mean, I did play this at like the 5-year anniversary, but that was just a bad, terrible idea. Because I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get drunk and play. I want you to die. It's kind of fun. Well, I'm glad people have good memories of I Want to Be the Guy. I'm glad it's not just like the meme tier stuff of like all the embarrassing moments of being a rage-filled 17/18-year-old. I don't remember when I played this. I want to say it was one. Okay. Did I always shoot lightning? I know one of these stars tries to kill you. I can't remember which one, but there's like just this weird muscle memory with the movement and shit in this. Which star is it? Is it the end? Is it the end or is it partway through? I guess we'll find out the hard way. I think it's like right at the end here. Yep. Don't remember if there's another one or not. Oh no, there's the plane. Gotta get killed by that at least once, right? Yeah, I don't know why I remember the Battletoads thing. I have no clue why I remember the Battletoads ROM hack thing. It's so stupid. Speaking of stupid, how I played this game. Ooh. I'm gonna be speedrunning here in a second. I don't know why the glass shatter sound effect for stuff falling is always funny, but it is. Just all these giant mismatched pixels. I don't know. I do have nostalgia for this game. I know, like, for a long, long time, it probably seemed like I really just hated I Want to Be the Guy, and I was, like, super hard on it, and I hated what it did to games and stuff like that, but I still got, like, mad nostalgia for this. Like, there's nothing else like it, really. Punch-Out LP, yeah. God. I want to say Duke of the Bump introduced me to this game, like, way the hell back. Oops. Yeah, no, it's a reminder of good times in general. There's a skip cutscene button this time around, which is nice. He did. Oh yeah, he bit my ear off. Is that the joke? Is that the joke with that? No, it's not the joke with that. It's because he breathes fire. I was gonna say, I don't know that anyone would know that reference these days. Like, remember that time Mike Tyson bit off some guy's ear? Crazy. Crazy times we lived in. The 90s were nuts. Fresh out of high school. I don't know, I think I was still in high school when I started this. Either that or I was still hanging out with people from high school at that time. Uh-oh. He still does the thing. The thing is still the thing that he does. That he does the thing still. But he's still doing the thing hard. DKO. Yeah, it was Vander Holyfield. How old am I? Let's see. I LP'd this when I was 17 or 18, and I'm 31 now. If you really want to blast from the past, that's your frame of reference from when I did this versus now. But yeah, it's been either 13 or 14 years. I can't remember. It's been a long enough time. Alright, we're doing good so far. We're also not sitting here drinking hard liquor like jackasses like I did last time. Let's see. You have to go in the water, right? God, what is with my muscle memory? I haven't played this in like 8 years. 7 or 8 years. Well, some things will still get me. Ooh, jeez, okay. Calm down, game. Calm down, game. But yeah, there's also something that I really like about this game, is like the nostalgia behind it is diddle. I gotta get in the hole, right? I feel like Kayan said the text for jumping into this sword is going to change or has changed. I'm not sure that I want to do it, just in case it hasn't. It hasn't? Okay. We will avoid that then. Different era. Supposedly it is going to change in a future update, though. It probably changes something like, you jumped into a sword, you idiot. Or you dwingus. I gotta remember how to, like, do this. Okay. It's like... Is it... Almost. You know, this feels so much easier, probably because holy shit, the amount of fan games that have come out between now and this game. Like, all of them are harder. All of them are so much harder. There's probably not a single one that's easier. I mean, I could be proven wrong, for sure, but... A lot has changed, yeah. I mean, there's also supposedly, like, highly improved physics in this. not for me. There are a lot of fan games that are easy. I just don't play a lot of them. You know what's easier, definitely, is this one game. It was made by some dork. I don't know, just some doofus, some dwingus, some dwongus. But he made this game called I Want to See You Suffer. I think it's easier. I definitely think that one's easier. Everyone should go find and try it. I'm sure it's archived somewhere. Truthfully, truly easy, yeah, it's no problem. It's cakewalk. Where's the bird? There's the other bird. There's a third bird that I forgot about. How's it going, you prat? I don't know, I'm being a prat, so it can't be going that good. It's going good enough for being a prat, I'll say that much. Where's the last boy? Oh god! No. Alright, fine, it's all good. Nothing went wrong. Everything working as intended. Oh yeah, you're like close to living in the new year. You're close to living in 2021, where everything is going to be glorious and better, and people are putting a little too much faith on the next year being that much better. But I hope it is. I hope it is, but I'm tempering my expectations. I'm keeping them at like a level right about like, you know, like I'm hoping it's like at least this much better. Like if this was 2021 and this is 2020, I hope it's like at least that much better because it'd be like astounding. But truly, it'd be great if it was like that much better. But you know, we just can't bank on that. Dude, we're on 2016 season 4. Like, let's be real. I really hope it doesn't have a season 5. You know, like this needs to be the finale. Yeah, that's about right. I had a feeling. This room, I think, is like the first real room of like, okay, what game am I playing? What did I get myself into? I don't know, like, I've got mad nostalgia, like, I keep going back to, like, talking about the nostalgia for I Want to Be the Guy, but I've cited Gish, and I've cited, like, Super Meat Boy, and I've cited, like, Noi to Love, and I've cited, like, all these indie games and these indie developers that have influenced me and stuff, but, like, only one of them sat down and, like, tried to help teach me, like, Construct 2, and that was Kane. Like, I didn't learn very well, nor did I really do anything with that knowledge. That's what it is. But, like, Kayan definitely was, like, one of the bigger things that set me on a path to actually, like, start trying to, like, make stuff in code. But then I found out I'm not really a coder. More of the art side of things. Shouldn't say I can't code. I mean, maybe now I can't code. I'd have to, like, reteach myself everything, and by teaching myself everything, I mean, it was digging through other people's code and going, oh, that's what that does. And even then, I'm not sure I understood it. Jeez. I don't remember how to, like, set that one up. Oh, wait, I think I jump... I think I know how to do it. I think? It's been a hot minute or 5, so, I mean, I could be wrong about everything. Life, death, and the meaning of the universe, it's all... I don't know. It's all a JRPG monologue. I'm the bad guy. Here we go. That's the ticket. Now, to remember what this room is like... Fusion is a strange tool because it's either one of the most cumbersome things you can think of. It's a lot of zomb. I don't want to deal with that many zomb. I can't mash like I used to. I mean, I could, but... Hopes, dreams, ambitions, I'll crush them all. I mean, yeah, that's either JRPG monologue or somebody playing I Want to Be the Guy for, like, the 4th time. Third time? Something time? It's a time. It's a time to attack aggressively. Welcome to 2020-21. I don't know why I've added an extra 20, but welcome to 2020-21. Let's attack aggressively. I suppose I should get my mash hand ready so I can deal with those zombies down there. Whoa, whoa, those move differently than they used to. I move with those as they move now. Oh good, I got a pop-up alert. I wish it had popped up on my screen right in the middle of it, because then we'd really be living back in 2007 or so. Platforms are going to be fixed next patch. Oh, lovely. I can just imagine how good these platforms are going to feel in like... Do these show up in the guy's castle? I feel like they do. They're going to feel great. They're going to feel like a reinvigorating, refreshing mist. Like a cool... Just a cool breeze across your face in spring. That's kind of what I want to be the guy feels like these days after some of the other shit I've played. Just thinking about playing through Wings of V. Okay. Oh, okay. How does this work? There's a trap here. There's a trap here. There's a trap here. There's a trap here. That was... Can I make that? No. That's why did I think I could make that? The Remastered is just whole new engine. Like, not recoded from scratch, but, like, redone in not Multimedia Fusion 2. Updated to run on modern systems. Updated to not crash as much. And then I guess there's, like, new traps or something. Like, I read something about new traps. Wait, hold on. There's something I wanted to check. Eh. The secret items are still in. Why, I don't know. Oh god, the wall jumps. What kind of monster? Oh, it doesn't reach. The game just had crash issues in general. Like, it was part of the charm. In gigantic air quotes. How the hell am I already on Death 77? It does not feel like there's been that many. An incredibly charming game together. I'd like to think that you finally participated in a jam and made, like, some glorious masterpiece in 18 hours or whatever it is the kids do these days. Lag game jam. You've got 4 years to make a whole RPG. I feel like that's a real lag jam. You can turn the random crashes on in the options. Why, though? Why would I do that? No Mac port. Just run it through Y and I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure no issues will arise from that in the slightest. None whatsoever. A complete masterpiece of technical wizardry, this game is. And definitely not made by a dude in his spare time to learn coding or anything like that. Not at all. Definitely not, like, stapled together by duct tape and bubblegum. The original version, at least. I feel like I need to... God, I'm gonna hate myself for this, but I need to use the keyboard for this. These wall jumps have always been more keyboard-oriented. Touché. Why am I trying to get the secret items? Like, it's not like they're gonna have like gone and added the secret area. Like, let's swap back. I messed it up. Back to keyboard. Nice. They actually have a purpose now. Of course they do. Now, if only I could use my old save that doesn't exist anymore from, like, an old PC that's, like, buried in a garage and probably doesn't work. We'd really be cooking. I don't even remember where all the secret items are. Wasn't there one to the left of the start, like where I was looking earlier? I feel like there is. Oh god, that sticky platform. Almost had it. I say looking ahead to how I'm gonna die. Yeah, you just have to use keyboard there. Don't know what that one was. It was something. I love bouncing between the keyboard and the gamepad. It feels so classic. It's classic. It's classic. It has all that classic action. I don't know what I was doing. I was trying to reach for the gamepad after jumping, and that was dumb. Maybe I should just do this whole section with a keyboard. Like, it's not like it's gonna be that much harder to, like... Gamepad's mainly for, like, mashing on bosses, because I hate mashing on keyboard. I also just have no sense of anything. If only that platform didn't start off going to the right. I could make attempts so much quicker. Yep. No, I swear, hold on. Alright, maybe not. Save it for the TAS. This is what... Yes. Oh, I hope that in the remaster, that the only thing that's changed is there's just now a copious amount of Dark Souls references. Nothing but Dark Souls references. Change the You Died font to just the Dark Souls You Died font. Hit R to restart in Dark Souls font. You have to fight Ornstein and Smo at the end of the game now. Dark Souls Fusion Remasters. I don't even know what engine this is. It's some GameMaker engine, for sure. I somewhat had that. Yeah, well, they definitely fixed the looping music. They've apparently fixed looping music. There's supposedly, like, a, God. Like, there's supposedly some hidden secrets and stuff. There's supposedly some, like, new traps, and there's, like, slight adjustments to some of the areas. I want to be the Great Lord of Cinder. Don't give them ideas. Dark Souls taught us that asymmetrical boss fights are always fun and amazing. Oh, Hiruko? Oh no. Why would you bring that up? That boss is awful. Oh, man. I'm getting worse. If the platforms weren't sticky pasta platforms, this would probably be a bit easier. Gotta love a final boss that has a chance to teleport before you can land the instant kill on him. And then if you don't land the instant kill on him, you're like fighting him for like 30 minutes because of all the teleporting. What? What? I'm so confused. Okay, a quick question for when I grab that. Do I have to get back to the save with it to keep it, or does it just save automatically, like, to the save? It saves? Okay. I thought so. I just wanted to be sure. I'll probably still try and get back to the save for style points. I don't know how I did that at the end there. Has there ever been an I Wanna Be the Guy fan game? I almost said romhack. Has there ever been an I Wanna Be the Guy romhack, guys? Has there ever been an I Wanna Be the Guy fan game to just troll people that the hitbox on the spikes are circles? Binary edit and multimedia fusion. We'll get on that technology in the future. That hot future tech. Very likely. Fan hack of a ROM game. A fan hack of a ROM game with custom music embedded from the Commodore 64. Actually, that's already happened in this. What am I talking about? I'm just trying to think of like an obscure, obtuse system from the 3DO, from the Philips CDI. With music embedded from the Philips CDI. I forgot to download that remake of the Philips CDI Zelda games. I'm sure they're archived somewhere. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, there's no way that thing has vanished forever. Are you kidding me? I did it again! I done did the diddly. Because I can't squiddly idly. I've only died like 50 times in this room. It's fine, guys. This room has all the entertainment of a mid-era Adult Swim TV show that got canceled after 5 episodes. I'm not drinking because, like, I probably could, but I mean, A, we don't have any liquor, for one. B, last time I tried to drink and play this, it was not pretty. And C, I'm taking antibiotics for my stomach stuff right now to deal with inflammation, and it's probably, like, it's probably fine. Like, I didn't read anything about not drinking with it, but I'm just not. This is the Sober Chill stream. You're welcome to drink if you want. I'm going to be sober. I feel like this hits harder than any liquor could anyways. I'm dead. threatened. It's threatening. Gin cocktails with threatening auras.twitter.edu. I feel like, how is that not a Twitter? How is there not a cocktails with threatening auras Twitter? I feel like that absolutely should be a thing. We're getting out of here. We know it. We know it. I know it. You know it. We believe in it. You just gotta, like... You just gotta Naruto scream believe it until it's real. Oh god, why have I got myself in this unending loop of terror and torment? I don't know how to make that jump. We gotta just, like, I know it's not your thing, but we just gotta, like, cook up something small. That thing I was showing you the other day, week, whenever it was, that thing I was showing you, I've basically got almost all the assets ready for that thing. So, just gotta cook up something else that's, like, equally small that we can bash out over weekends eventually. Like, I kind of did that to see if I could make something over weekends within, like, a month, and yeah. Like, it's taken me a little over that, and it's taken me more than, like, a weekend here and there, like, just working on it a day out of the week, too, but still. Dude, we're never gonna escape this tune. This tune is inescapable. If I can get past these sticky pasta platforms... It's all cards. Card games. It sounds like we've all got our own little projects we're working on, which is cool. I can't stop working on projects. Got a game that said, yeah, I got a good game, or a cool, cute game, or something. Wait, what? There's a card game for Tekken on the one? Of course there is. There's like a bunch of Capcom card games on the WonderSwan as well, I think. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I... I'm just messing with you all and myself. Like, my brain is subconsciously like, how do I mess with myself and the whole stream chat and give them heart attacks at the same time? It's a simulation that we live in. It's a simulation invented by the Illuminati. I'm telling you. I'm telling you because I know. Couldn't I just, like, jump? No, I couldn't make that. Could I make... No, I couldn't make that. I'm not even gonna try it because I know I can't make it. Fuck, it's so perfectly lined up. Are all the cards in the Tekken card game, like, about air juggling? Because I feel like they should be. Like, every card is about just keeping your opponent in the air for as long as humanly possible. Okay, good. They know. They know. They understand and they know. Well, we were making, like, amazing time until I found out the secret items are back and they actually do something. I can make this. I can't make this. You know, I might have to have chat somewhat spoiler me on where the other secret items are, because I don't remember. I know there's one in the Guy's Fortress. I know there's one here. And I swear there was one to the left where I was going from the start. I remember, like, 3 of them. I think there's one after the Kirby section. Like, you have to do something crazy with the Kirby section, so that's 4. That's 4 that I remember. And there's 6? I think there's 6. There's, like, a secret one in Castlevania somewhere. I think it's, like, on the roof. How am I threading the needle with that from time to time? I feel like I'm on some I want to be the guy exists, and then just the picture of it, and it's like I'm about to define this whole man's career. I. Are you kidding? I turned into somewhat of a mariachi band there trying to make that jump. I'm getting better at it. I think I just need to be quicker. Like, I'm going too slow, and I'm like, trying to... If I can jump and land on that and then just jump between there instead of trying to, like, wait for it, I'll probably do better, at least while these platform physics are glitched. Can I please get the fucking item? Oh no! Oh no! Problem is, I wasted my... I know how to get it, I think. But yeah, this is my life. This is the room. We're at 150 deaths. We're almost 100 deaths. You look like a Winamp skin. That's a great way of putting it. Hello, welcome to my Let's Play of I Want to Be the Guy. Today I'm going to put on my clown shoes, because I am for sure a clown for playing this again. Okay. God damn it! I keep tilting not tilting, I keep hitting the right to stay on the platform, so my instinct is to just hit the right instead of holding left after jumping off. If I could swap to the gamepad, I'd probably have an easier time of it, but... The questions. The answers I'll never have. The love that I'll never know. This endless life of eternal torment and suffering. Something blah 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 and etc. etc. Oh my god, speaking etc. etc. Bingo. Hit the bow, right? The bow or the eyes? No, it's this big red thing at the top there. Shy guys. I don't remember those for some reason. I'm sure they were there, it's just I don't remember them for whatever reason. Oh right, that's when you shoot the eyes. Swear to god that boss is like 500 times harder with the lag. I'll never experience the hell that was fighting that on a computer that was like 5 years too old to play this game. Okay. Trying to think of where all the secret items were. Because I don't want to miss any now. Like, missing them on a path means coming back and redoing that path, and that's just no good time for anybody. Wait, what? I hit it? Oh, it must save when you grab the items now. path do we want to take? Oh man. Is X Corrupted finally getting like close to finished? I know it's like been in the works for God knows how long, and last I heard they basically just had to make the final areas, but it's one of those I'll believe it's finished when it's finished kind of things. Like, but I mean, of course, don't rush it. But I remember they like said something about porting the code base too, and it's just like I don't know how long that would take. Fight Night's pretty close too. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Right, these doodads. These doodad dingleboppers, whatever you want to call them. Right. That was coming. Yeah, original Flash. Oh, right. They had to port it because Flash. That's a fair point. Isn't it like HTML5 now or something? How the hell was that originally in Flash? That was like way too polished for Flash. I think. Isn't there... There's not a secret in here, is there? Falling, right? Is that gonna launch at me? The infamous jump that influenced so many of my design choices for I Want to See You Suffer. How the nut did I just do that the first try? That's right, kids. How the nut. New 2020 slang. Use it before the year's over, because it's going to be forgotten in about 10 minutes. You made... Yes! Yes, that was me. That was my fault. I'm not sure that I'm sorry, but I might be a little bit. Like, I have regrets. Just, like, very mild ones. Yeah, the death music is pretty great. Like, honestly, this game still just has... Yikes. This is the best of the Pit games. Yeah, obviously. It invented them or something. It's an accomplishment! Is it, though? Is it? Alright, I guess we're going to Castlevania. I don't know what kind of accomplishment that is, but, like, I guess I'll take it. Alright. I'm trying to remember this... Anything off to the... if you go that way, that's the teleporter that takes you back to the start, I believe. If my memory serves correctly. Did Fangame or Battle Kid come first? I'm dead. Is there a secret item in Castlevania? I feel like there is, and I feel like it's up on the roof or something like that. Like, you go up and over, and you gotta get, like, bopped by one of these dudes to get up there or something. That sounds too crazy, though, right? Like... Is that true, or is it not true? Am I making things up? I'm pretty good at that. Bop. The first Battle Kid is, like, okay. Battle Kid 2 is, like, really, really overboard. But, like, it was cool for a homebrew, for sure. And, like, Sivak's a nice guy. Like, I've met Sivak at MagFest in, like, 2011 or 20... It had to have been 2011 because Battle Kid 2 was, like, under construction. And he basically only had up to, like, the ice boss done. I basically just, like, sat there and played it for hours because I didn't have anything else to do. Bop. I don't think there's anything on the roof. Should I just look up the I Want to Be the Guy secret items? I feel like I should just look this up and spare myself. I know, it's like... I'm still gonna have to get them. It's not like looking up where they are is gonna make things any easier. Okay, so item 1 is where I thought it was. Item 2 is the one I just got. Item 3 is in Tori. Oh, fuck! I remember that one. That one's in Torian. Okay, is there one in Castlevania? That's Craigie. One in the guys' room, Kirby area. Okay. So I gotta go the upper path again slightly, but I should be able to make my way back from it without having to do the whole path, which is fine. I did remember where most of them were, though. I'm kind of proud. I don't know if that's something to be proud of. In fact, never mind, to take it back. I'm just disappointed. All the emotion. This room is gonna be a mess. Like, straight up, this room is gonna be a butt. 13 of them. Battletoads was the start of torture platformers. Fan game guy in Battlekid, yeah. But I mean, Battlekid was inspired by one of the guy. The difference is with Battlekid is you had to pay like 60 bucks for it, right? Maybe it was 50. I don't remember what it was, but I do remember being like pretty excited about getting it back in because I was really into those kinds of games. I don't know why. I'm still confused about that era of my gaming enthusiasm for sure. I think it's the fact that this is like so trolly and funny. And like, I was kind of like, and so was Fangame. And I was like, oh, okay, all these are gonna kind of be like this. And then they sort of just started being about the like traps and like the bragging rights for like beating really, really hard sections. And I think that's where like I lost a lot of interest. That said, I still think like, I know we were talking about it when I was playing Super Meat Boy Forever, but like, I still think Super Meat Boy is like on that cusp. It's like on the cusp of just like being a good platformer, but being like too much. And then The End Is Nigh is like also the same thing. But yeah, like it's weird because I don't really consider this a torture platformer. It's just more like, it's difficult for sure, but like most of these challenges you get stuck on, it's only a handful of rooms that you have to execute, and it's like never more than like a minute or two of gameplay that you have to redo, unless it's like a boss fight. Like the boss fights might occasionally tread over that line, but I don't think I can recall any section of this game where you spend more than like a minute or two between save points, you know? And I think that's what like makes it fun. I don't know why. That was stupid. And I wish I could like, and the physics don't feel great to me, but like I've not spent much time with them. There's just something weird about momentum-based platformers where like unless they're snappy, I have a hard time with them. And N isn't really snappy as much as it is methodical. Okay. There's a bunch of different N games. There's like N+, N++. I think there's like even N+++ at this point. N++ Ultimate. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's not N+++. I'm sure the Switch has N by now. Like, what doesn't the Switch have? Half expecting this to show up on the Switch somehow and be really confused. I don't really consider Meat Boy a torture platformer unless you go for the extras. Like, the main game very barely ventures into it with, like, the final world. Like, the final Light World levels are pretty rough. But, like, I couldn't consider that a torture platformer. Now, if you're going for 100%, it voyages it treads the line for sure. Like, as soon as you start dipping your toes in the cotton now, what the... Dude! That was cool looking. I almost launched over it. You're the football now, kid. Celeste, I feel like, doesn't even voyage into torture platforming. Like, the final chapter, a lot of people have mixed feelings on, but, like there's stuff you can turn on to just enjoy the plot of that chapter without having to worry about the difficulty. But, I mean, that said, I still think Celeste plays to its strengths pretty well of, like... I mean, the whole metaphor of the game is, like, it's easily readable and clearly readable. And I feel the gameplay adds to it. Like, they built the gameplay... They built the story around the gameplay, and they built the gameplay around the story with that game. Like, they go together, which is what sort of makes it feel so special. Also, it's just really tight. It's like a great game to play. I don't think anyone's come away from Celeste going like, this plays like butts. Why did I jump so soon? I almost had it. What if Alien Soldier stream? I mean, maybe at some point. I have been thinking about playing treasure games again at some point. Treasure games are just inspirational because, like, you read, oh, I'm so excited, I backed that treasure book on Kickstarter, and it got funded. It's supposed to be out, like, September this coming year, but you know how Kickstarters go. They're usually, like, a couple months off. Bare minimum. We'll see. That's fine. That's not. Is this really this point? Alien Soldier's soundtrack is really good. Playing it is one of the most confusing experiences you can have with like a 16-bit game. It's great, don't get me wrong. It is very difficult to learn because the control scheme is wacky. And that goes for basically every single treasure game that's not Gunstar Heroes. Like, Gunstar Heroes is probably the most straightforward of their complex games. Even Mischief Makers, I would argue, has, like, a pretty odd control scheme, but it, like... It's easier to master than Alien Soldier, for sure. So we're nearly 3 bosses in, and I've only had 191 deaths. Feeling good about that. And it's only been 51 minutes according to the timer, which is batshit to me. I want to be the guy. Confirmed short game. Short game, want my money back. Not 60-hour epic I can play for millions of years. I was just thinking, like, I'm surprised nobody's made a proc gen I want to be the guy, but that's happened. That's I want to be the cat. You can buy that. That was pretty incredible. Alien Soldier is just a marvel of the Genesis sound chip. I'm getting closer to it. Like, I know what I need to do to clear it. I just need to not get bopped off at the end there. Bamboozled. The ultimate bamboozlement has occurred. It's bizarre because my favorite Genesis OSTs are the ones that are like insanely proggy. Happen again. They're insanely proggy, or they just sound like dudes just smashing fucking like beats together over the harshest noises imaginable, like everything Jesper Kid. Everything from Adventures of Batman and Robin. Just nothing but like not procedurally generated, but like sounds like a sound chip frying, basically, and I love it. The first part of that room is always the worst. I wonder if I can just, like, speed through it. Like, maybe it's just a matter of not waiting, and it's a matter of just go, go, go. Speaking of Batman and Robin, I recently discovered X-Men Mind Games, which was this canceled game, but it's gonna have a Jesper Kid OST. It was for the 32X, but it used some of the beats from Batman and Robin just with different rhythms over it. So I'm wondering if he was working on them roughly around the same time. That was stupid. And some of those beats went on to be used for Batman and Robin, or if it was like vice versa and he was gonna reuse those beats and write different songs over them. But it was pretty cool to find that. It was like 5 completed songs for almost completed songs. I think a couple of them are like work in progress because there's some weird bits in a few of them. But they're all like 15-minute songs too, which is nuts. It's just wild, wild, wild that you could pull that with a Genesis and just sitting there and smashing the beats. Oh god, dude, come on! I'm so close. Okay. If I can replicate this every time, I think we've got it. Fireworks, jeez. Isn't everyone supposed to be indoors there? Oh god. Thanks, game. Just imagining the guy trying to celebrate with fireworks indoors right now. Sure, it's happening somewhere. Should it be? No. Is it? Probably. Wait, what? Oh, God. How the hell did the coding manage to maintain the wonky-ass double jump that just seems to trigger at the worst possible time? How is it that authentic? It's a remaster. This is remastered too good. Also, where's my 30 hours of exposition before Mike Tyson? I demand these things. Oop, almost. That's fine. This is fine. No longer fine. Was in the realm of fine. I don't know what I did there, but it was bad and stupid, and I had it, and I shouldn't have done that. At least this is one of the hardest rooms in the game. I don't know why. And I feel like the first time I went through it, it was much easier because of the desynced platforms and the lag of running it on like a bajillion-year-old PC that couldn't run. I want to be the guy right. It's like that. Is it gameplay when the game is really playing you at this point? These are the hard questions that keep me up at night. I'm gonna hang out down here for a sec. Okay, now I'm gonna come up here. Now I don't know what I'm doing. I feel like Kayan should be here so I could bug him about Brave Earth Prologue like everyone else. No, actually, here's the real, like, mind games that could be played. Don't bug Kayan about Brave Earth Prologue, bug him about actual Brave Earth. Like, dude, where was that? You sent me a build when I was like 19, bro.
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world!
It was not by
I sure hope I hit the
I
save.
was called here by humans who wish to pay me tribute.
Tribute? You steal men's souls and make them your slaves!
Perhaps the same could be said of all religions.
Your words are as empty as your soul. Mankind ill needs a savior such as you.
What is a man?
Oh, fuck's sake. Fuck's sake.
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world!
How did I forget about that?
It was not by my hand that I'm once again given flesh. I was called here.
I saw it coming and my brain slowly connected the wires a second too late.
Tribute? You steal men's souls and make them your slaves!
Perhaps the same could be said of all religions.
Your words are as empty as your soul. Mankind ill needs a savior such as you.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. How about you?
I probably didn't die to that. Nice. Oh, fuck. Right. Remember, right? These set big fire. Nah! Wrong button. Right button. Whoop! I think I should stay a certain distance away from him, because I don't remember all the attacks, and I remember you just kind of want to have a specific amount of distance between you and him for basically everything. Mega Man vs. Dragon Smash. When's the kid from famed adventure game I Want to Be the Guy gonna show up in Smash Brothers? Uh-oh. Mistakes were made. Oh, right. I was like, what's this attack? Lame is what it is. Lame-o. Excuse me, Dracula. Bad spot. Whoop. I think I got him. Was that effect in the original? I don't know. Okay. All right, we need to make a slight detour. You just gotta make the slightest of detours. I believe the origin story behind that Waddle Dee has to deal with like a Lewis Power video. Like an old Lewis Power video of like Waddle Dee being the hardest enemy of all time. Waddle Deedle Doodle McBride. I can't really hit that save there. I messed up. If I hit that save there, I don't think I can make the jump back. And I need to be able to make the jump back. Can I, like, No, because that... I used to have the timing on that like perfect, but no more. I'm no longer that young person. I'm tripped out because I swear to God I've never heard more than, like, just the opening of this song. Like... I think it's here. Most certainly is. I want to be a little bit of a cheater here because this is all just finding invisible blocks at this point. And there is certainly a screenshot that I can use instead. Let's see. That one's like right above the ball. Volcano. The Volcano. That one's like slightly to the left of this house. That one's on this cloud. That one's a little bit above this cloud. This is the safest room in the game, only few can kill you. Really? Oops. Okay. So, we got item from Birdo, we got item from there, we gotta get item from Kirby. Kirby next. Let's see. For Birdo. There's the Torian item. Oh, God, I hate the Mother Brain now. I strongly dislike it and have words and feelings and opinions. That'll have to wait because I need to refill my water. I'll be back. Hang tight, guys. Let's see. Ultimate, yeah. Just leave this here. Leave this here forever, and we can forever relive the past glory days. Just never move past this point. Endlessly looping Home Sweet Grave. Welcome back for real. I knew that there was a thing there. I knew that I forgot that there was a thing there that I knew was there that I forgot. Know what I mean? I hope so, because I don't. I hope you got the gist of it, because I sure didn't. It's true. You can turn that feature on in the options, but I kind of... After all those years of hearing the music, like, loop every 5 seconds, like, I kind of want to, like... Oh, I forgot about you. Those go away. Here's the items, the 2 that I got so far. I'm kind of excited that they do something now. I mean, I don't know why. It's probably going to mean something that's just very minimal. Oh, no. I forgot about this. I don't know how I can forget about this, but I did. And if I try to fall down, I think something bad happens, like a giant bullet bill. Did I miss him? Was I supposed to shoot him? I feel like I was supposed to shoot him, but I guess I missed. I mean, I remember a lot of things about this game, but I'm not going to remember everything. I don't remember shit about the Fortress of the Guy. Like, other than the elevator section, but, like, even then, like, I don't remember, like, the exact, like, order it goes. Oh, you make him shoot himself with a cannon. That's right. I don't know, I'm having fun playing this. Is that weird to admit after, like, years of being like, I want to be the guy who ruined adventure games and ruined platformers? I feel like there's enough distance between here and then that, like, there's a wide berth of platformers now. Like, there's plenty that are just fun for the sake of being fun. There's plenty that are, like, torturous nightmares of extraordinary sadness. Yeah, I've played through Celeste. I've even done Chapter 9. I don't know why, but I did. Oh, fuck, I'm not gonna remember this. I'm not gonna remember that. That's what it was. It was a laser. I thought it was a giant bullet bill. Laser's more funny. I feel like that Christmas music is about a week out of date now. I'm playing with fire trying to do this quickly. I'm gonna wait a second longer before I make that jump this time. I don't know what I'm doing here. Whoa! That shot faster than I thought it was going to. Yeah, that's about what I did this year. It was just many presents of many types and shapes and sizes and varieties. It didn't feel like Christmas happened this year, which is bizarre to say. It feels like a lot of stuff that happened already just like hasn't happened yet, but it has. I don't know, it's weird. And like, I'm not the only one that feels that way. A lot of people are like, it's like being stuck in a time vacuum or something, and it kind of just does feel that way. Alright, you clear that line. I'm gonna be over here. Not getting hit by shit. Ah, that's right, that one twists. It twists. It makes the twisty. It does the twisty McGee. Well, the good news about the Tetris thing is, like, once you remember it, that's it. It's all in the memorization. I wish you could punch it with this. I want to be the guy, but it's a beat 'em up. Everything kills you. The most unfair beat 'em up that's ever existed. I'm sure that exists. There's got to be like a fan game or something. Like, if not, like one that has beat 'em up bosses. Where you make beat 'em up graphics. Cough. Cough? Cough twice if you're in danger. Oh, I see. I don't see action. What am I doing? What am I doing? Cough 3 times if you're really in danger. Okay, it's like mildly safe here until, yep, alright. When the next block lands, or where it lands. Ah. I'm getting close to being able to get out of there. We get to go to my absolute favorite area that everyone loves after this. I don't know why. It's nothing special that ever happened in this next area. I still don't know why that got like popular. Like looking back on that, because I mean there's re-uploads of that shit. It's not like it's ever gonna vanish. I don't know why that of all things was the popular clip. I just don't know. Ass. If I can make that jump consistently, I think I've basically got the Tetris section. It's just a matter of remembering which blocks come when. It's the clip where I calmly and quietly said, "You did not just crash," and did jazz hands and walked off the stage. That one. This is exactly how it went down. This is the history that I remember. Okay. Scared. See ya! I was thinking of that viral video of like the text on the page of like, "Did you put your hat in the goblet of fire, Harry?" Dumbledore said calmly, and then the movie scene is him running up. "Did you put your hat in the goblet of fire, Harry? Did you?" Like, the book version of this scene was me saying, "You did not just crash, ta-da!" and walking off stage. I really don't like this area. Yeah, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? That one. Jazz hands, yeah. Jazz hands makes anything seem calmer, right? Yes. I feel like I need to use... I need to use the keyboard for this section. Like, it's so weird how these wall jumps are just absolutely built for keyboard controls. Oh god. Oh god, the Hadaway Kirby run. That was such a weird thing. Something Awful had some weird things in their LP subforum. I need to write my annual top 10 games of the year list that I write that like all 20 people read every year. Right, he's launching in the direction. Whoop! I'm safe. Nothing bad will ever happen. I like how this thing rises up like a zombie. I mean, I Want to Be the Guy was never that difficult. I think the reason it stood out when it first came out is A, people didn't know the traps. B, there wasn't anything else like it. Like, this set the standard for those kinds of games. So now, like, by comparison to, like, plenty of other stuff I've played, even platformers that would be considered more fair by comparison, like Celeste, it's easier than the... What? Oh, I accidentally scrunched my controller too hard and hit the reload key. Whoopsie! Hey, it's just more practice, right? I think I'm gonna need to use keyboard for this. I think I just got a keyboard any section that has the wall jumps. Oh god. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, just having fond memories of this running at like half the frame rate and crashing all the time. Good times. I'm doing better with the gamepad for this particular part, so I guess I'll just keep rolling with it. It's just this little tidbit right here that I'm struggling on. Like, I don't know what to do with that. I don't remember there being sticky on one of those walls. I feel like that might be new. Maybe not. Maybe my memory's just bad. This part's easy. It's when I get here that it gets tricky. Like... Whoops. The S&B 3 block break sound is pretty good. I'd say it's fairly iconic for sure. I mean, Nintendo's always been on their A game with sound effects. I'd say that's like one of the things they do that's really like solid in like all their games is just super satisfying sound effects and jingles and stuff. Uh-oh. I love these super, like, Jankmo tiles and pixel art. I actually have not watched the Nintendo World Tour yet. It's just something I should do at some point. All things considering the game that I'm working on. Dude, I can't get out of there. Okay. Paused for a second here. And swap to the keyboard, and swap to the gamepad. I don't remember which ones of these go up or down. Okay, I can't shoot that save yet. I forgot about that. Because the secret item's over. Well, I did good with the keyboard, so I just need to, like, use the keyboard for this part. I do remember this being one of the more brutal secret items to get, because you have to do this section every time. TKC my car coaster! That sounds devastating. Swapping between the gamepad, like, I have to do the first part with the gamepad, but the second part with the controller, and it's just, it's so awkward, and I shouldn't have to, but, like, I just can't seem to do the first part with the keyboard. I can't seem to get the jumps to register how I'd like them to. I don't remember that one, but I have a gut feeling I know what it was kind of like. Okay, I need to see if you can just hit enter to unpause. Okay, I can just hit P to unpause again. Good. Instead of clicking, because the clicking is what's really throwing me for a loop with that. I'm always, like, super cautious about old videos we put up. But at the same time, I mean, we're kids. We're just kids ranting and raving because it was, like, I mean, kids ranting and raving, you know? That was the weirdest jump I'd ever seen. Like, he did this little tiny jump, because I think I accidentally hit control while I was doing it, and, like, messed with the input. That was bizarre. It was like this little baby jump instead of a big one. Sounds like an insult. Yeah, your little baby jumps. Baby jumps. You can't jump. You baby. You weird baby person. I'll show you how to really jump. Guess I should shut my mouth. I need to shut up and jam. I want to be the guy shut up and jam Gaiden. What? God! Frick, guys. Frick. Not allowed to curse. I'm not allowed to curse, guys. Frick. Dang. What am I doing? I'm just styling on the game now, jumping between those. I don't need to be styling. Why am I styling? LP now with new and improved swear. Oh hell, I'm like so far ahead of this thing now. Okay, just take it safe. Keep it secret, keep it safe, all that fun stuff. I know there's more of these dumb things that fall now. Am I supposed to jump over both of them? We'll get the secret item at some point. Alright, so we drop down after that. I can't save there or the wall won't break for the secret item. I'd have to redo this whole section again, which is kind of a dick move, but I mean, what can you do? I wouldn't bother with it, but I've been told the secret items actually do something now. Watch, it's just gonna be like a message. It's just gonna be the middle finger from Lisa that pops up. Like, that's my full expectation, is just the middle finger from Lisa. And a hot banger from Dingaling. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. I mean, the kid is in the original Super Meat Boy. There we go. Alright. Much nicer. I didn't even trigger that one? I mean, I guess. Okay. Now I'm gonna screw this up. What? I don't remember what to do there. Like, I think you're supposed to just drop down? At least I thought so, but, like, maybe I'm wrong? Oh, maybe, yeah, maybe I jump back? What am I doing? I'm using the gamepad. I don't remember what to do there. Yeah, like, it feels like I'm supposed to just drop off the side, but that doesn't... Confirmed it doesn't work so far. You know, the irony of this game is it's now got less bugs than Cyberpunk 2077. Okay. Am I supposed to jump back? I think I might have to jump back into that cubby. All this for the secret item. I think, aside from the secret item in the guy's fortress, though, I do somewhat remember this one being one of the worst ones to get. If not the worst one. So, getting pretty good at controller swapping from all those... How did none of those fall? Very, 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 very touchy hitboxes. I think I remember. Oh, this is gonna be dumb. God, I missed it. So look, there's this little lip where you could land next to the spike and then jump back to safety. I think that's what I have to do. That's gonna be brutal. I think that's it. I mean, I could be wrong even still, but I like to think that I'm right, and I know things about some stuff sometimes, kind of. Cutting it close. Does it really? Dude, why can I not fucking... If I could save there, it would be a lot easier. You know, speaking of Assassin's Creed, I've been playing Ghost of Tsushima, and it's basically just an Ubisoft game without all the weirdness, like all the weird bugs and glitches and strange things. I'm sure that exists in Tsushima. Why am I using the gamepad? I need to swap to the keyboard there. But it's just, it feels like a Ubisoft game. Like, pretty good. It's like Ubisoft's Arkham Asylum or something. I'm enjoying it. Like, I kind of want to actually try the, like, multiplayer mode, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to find, like, people for that. What am I doing? Mistakes were made. You know, I just thought of one of the most evil things that you could ever do, which would be an I Want to Be the Guy mobile with microtransactions to restart. Or you have to wait 24 hours to do, like, extra tries for every extra try. The worst game. The worst game. The absolute worst game. I want to land on the thing, but I don't know how, and I'm scared, and it's hard. It's hard, guys. Playing with fire with those apples. Cherries. Giant fruit. Whatever balls you want to call them. Part of me is tempted to look up and even see what it is, but at the same time, I feel like I want to keep the surprise a surprise. Just in case it is something, like, truly, like, unique and interesting. It won't be. I want to be the guy. Oh! I had it, but I didn't jump back fast enough. The problem is like landing on that is so tight, and, like, as far as like the pixel density of where you can actually land on that thing. But, I mean, that's why it's a secret item. That's why you get the secret bonus point. Ah, come on! Jesus! Jesus! Dude, that was definitely it, though. Hey, we're almost on death number 300. I hope the game just screams "This is Sparta" at me and instantly kills me. Well, it did not, because I'm on 300 deaths. 301 deaths, even. That's what the sequel should have been called. 301? I mean, God, it's like they don't know numbers or something. You get past that point in the game, Precious. Just like old times. I get the gut feeling I'm not going to land on that platform this time. Like, I've gotten lucky the last couple times, but... Yep. This music really does become like pulling teeth when you've heard it for this long. It's so bubbly. I mean, really, this part's not the bad part. It's literally like... It's just the density of screens between it and everything else. Like, the other secret items don't typically have this much density of screen. Well, we're trapped in here now. I hope we're proud. Oh, okay. I was like, where the hell am I? I swear that trap is harder. I don't remember having to do that. I don't remember if I need to... I think I need to save my wall jump. Don't remember. Well, it doesn't matter either way. Do I have to do this every time I do this checkpoint? I definitely don't remember that. Yeah, I think so. Like, I think they changed that trap to be harder. Not like the original 0 out of 10. Well, that's lame. Bad choice. I got Kid Chameleon. honestly don't remember this path very much. Like, I thought that might have been wrong, but yeah. This game at all? No. Who is this game? Who is this mysterious kid? What is his backstory? I don't have hot lore anymore. I feel like there's a way I can save my double jump. It's such an annoying trap. I mean, it's not bad, but it just feels unnecessary, I suppose. It was fine the way it was. It was fine the way it was. I remember this fight as a shitfuck. Wrong, bro. I got the thing. The thing is gotten. I forgot how slow this fight is. It is a pretty genius mashup of two different things. It's about to rise. It's about to rise. Ooh, remember not to stand there. Well, at least we got to see this. I didn't think we were gonna get to see it, but we got to see it because I forgot how it even activated. Yeah. Hey, oh. Well, that was fun. Most people don't get to see that. I don't even know what triggers it. I think it's like when he gets too close. I think you have to keep shooting him so he walks backwards during that part. I don't know what I just did, but it was not what I intended to do, I'll tell you that much. I don't remember the tip of his finger blocking the mouth. Thanks for the host. far-reaching. I just don't... I feel like the hand used to not block that. Maybe he doesn't take that many hits in this one. He opens his mouth temporarily on each of these. I wonder if that bug still works for the quick kill. Probably not. I don't even remember how to do it, or if I could even do it these days. So I remember it requires mashing. Dude, my wrists are so fucking ruined that any game that has mashing is instantly a worse game for me. There's just no reason for it. Strong opinions, I know, but... like, why give people wrist injuries to play your game? Mine's from playing, like, bass guitar and art. And, like, gaming. And speedrunning. And, like, God knows how many other things. I wish he had more of a tell for the Hadoukens. I do remember that being, like, an issue, even in the old version. This part works. I don't know if the Blankas hurt you if you don't. That's probably too many hits. Fucking of course. That's why it's too many hits. No, he definitely does that. I remember that now. I should have just waited. You consider putting that old unregistered hypercam. I had it on the load screen for this. For this stream, I should say. Honestly, though, like, toss up between this guy and the clown car for the hardest boss in the main game. I misread that again. That's the same move. I'm misreading his inputs now. I'm misreading his inputs. Guys, I can't download Kraid. Can't download Kraid. I can't win Evo. The canceled Evo 2020. That's why I was canceled, because I can't beat Kraid. There we go. Woo! Spicy. I can still mash okay, but don't like it. I somehow forgot this music was in this fucking game and I about spit take there for a second. What even are these enemies? I swear they're like some Commander Keen looking sons of guns. Honestly, if you just don't have Mega Man 2 Wily in your video game, like, what even is your video game? Like, why did you even make it? What's the point? I don't remember. I feel like this is a trap. Maybe it's not. Down is to... Is that to Torian? This is the car. Down is to Torian, right? I feel like I should go down to Torian. I feel like I should just put on my clown shoes again. Because the game be clowning. Almost. Right. I should be less annoyed by that than I am, because considering what I did and I Want to See You Suffer, this is like baby cakes compared to that, but still. Yes, correct. Very correct. I missed. I missed! I just sat there like, yes, acceptance. Is this the room that... I feel like... Couches, right. I'm just trying to remember where the secret item is, because I don't want to miss it. I've got, like, what, 3 of them so far? 2? 3? I got 3 of them so far. So we're like, what, 4 bosses in and 3 secret items. And 3 more secret items and 2 more bosses. Not jumping time. Death music is from Guilty Gear. Accent Core or something. Probably like Accent Core RR plus Extreme G358 over 6 days or something. Revelator. Look, man, Guilty Gear is just Kingdom Hearts for fighting games fans. I don't want to be that guy, but I'm going to be that guy. Right? I'm afraid. Yeah, that's gonna dunk me into the spike there, right? No? I mean, I haven't followed Guilty Gear's story in years, but it's yeah. I feel like this is right. This thing. Don't I have to wait for this thing to go all the way around and then, like, I can go in here or something? It's like that. Kind of, sort of. I don't remember how to set this up, but I do remember that's one of them. Oh, I was really close that time. If I'd shot it as it was coming down, I would have had it. That classic. It's even more classic than WoW Classic. I want to be the guy the Burning Crusade win. Actually, I mean, I want to be the guy who is just a Burning Crusade. Start to finish. I feel like these secret items are, like, most responsible for the death counts so far. This one might be, like, one of the only ones that's, like... not killing me a whole lot. Alright, so that's number 3. It's weird, because I swear I don't see this one in here. Oh yeah, no, it's item number 3, that's why. So we're missing item 4 and item 6. And item 6 is in the guy's fortress, and item 4 is in the Bionic Commando section. That was smart. I'm pretty sure that's something we have to do. Why do I have such a history with Mother Brain in, like, every conceivable piece of media? Like I've made mistakes in my life and I'm supposed to like go up and over. Yeah, here we go. Huh. Okay. I mean, that used to take me hours upon hours upon hours, but I guess I'm just not dumb anymore. Never mind, I am stupid. Label me with stupid sign. The baby. The baby. The baby. The Babis. What the memorable? Is it really that memorable? Is it? God, this section. Pretty sure that's a death sofa. I even tried to jump over it, but I forgot how very easy to activate the death sofa was. Alright. Didn't trigger the death sofa this time. See, I'm the opposite. Like, I remember these room layouts like they're yesterday, but like the actual like funny traps and stuff I've forgotten. Which is, isn't that like the entire point of the game is to like remember those? Spray them. I moved too soon. Moved too soon. This lift is very slow. I do remember it being super slow, but I don't remember it being this slow. I think I'm in the realm of not getting my face sawed off. Yeah, we're good. Good. Now I gotta remember which sofas are the death sofas. Ooh, my... Right, you have to be wedged up against the wall there. Because it slows your momentum or something. I don't remember exactly, but it's something like that. God, they're so touchy, and the hitboxes are so freaking big. They're definitely larger than you would think, I believe. I guess I wasn't up against the wall well enough. Apparently holding the jump button is not how you do that. Well. 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 Well, comma. Speaking of well, comma, and like legendary shitposts, I need to get back to playing Mega Man, Make a Good Mega Man Level Contest Episode 0 Contest, Level Maker Contest, Video Game Extravaganza. Video game titles is art, for sure. No, I didn't finish that yet. No, I also didn't stream for like 3 months or something. A good Mega Man level maker contest. Apparently you just can't jump after you land on the couch. Oh, I know why you can't jump after you land on the couch, because then you'd be able to, like, just mash the button. keep doing it. Like, I keep trying to tap the jump button after I go off the couch. Because that's, like, what makes sense to do in my head, but no, you just have to, like, go to the right after you not hit the ceiling. Are masochistic platformers really just the point-and-click genre of our time? Survey says. I almost flippin' had it, you guys. What the flip? Friends and family. What the flip? Friends, family, and dudes of all natures. Oh no. Reminded of Utah, where liquor stores are closed on, like, weekends or something. Oh, finally. Is the painting here that kills you? Oh, those ones launch you regardless. Why are the ones with different physics? What is this game sometimes? That one's got a completely different physics. Open world cinematic hack and slash? I suppose so. I was about a pixel too high for that. What? Dude, the physics are just as broken as they used to be, just in new ways. It's finding new bugs and glitches. I think... Let me look at something real quick. Yep, I knew that happened at some point. So what's gonna try and kill me here? Is the portrait gonna come to the side? Any news from the scans? Oh, right, there's like some inflammation going on in my stomach, like in that region. And they don't exactly know what it is, so I'm just on antibiotics right now to figure out like if that's gonna help or if it's like something else. I'm kind of wondering, I got bit by a bug or a spider or something in that general area, and it was a pretty nasty bite, so I'm wondering if like maybe that did something with it, but like I feel like it would be like much worse if that were the case. God, this is kind of like, okay. I think you have to make it fall there, otherwise it's gonna slide through here and kill you, right? Yeah. So, like, hopefully it has something to do with it. I don't think it's, like, fully has anything to do with, like, all my general issues, but... God, this section is just the worst. need to start speeding up again. Here. And then it gets really fast towards the end, right? Yeah, this is probably like one of my least favorite sections, just because it's like so easy up until that final part. And then redoing it is such a slog. It's like some getting over it with Bennett Foddy shit. The frustration is in the patience that it takes to get back to the challenge section. Now remember, there's a new secret item over in this section, which will be the last one I need to get until... Can I even do that? You have to save the double jump till the end, too, if I remember right. Lord only knows how. I think you're supposed to launch off the couch and then bounce off of that to the side. Like, I think I might have already messed it up. I do remember this one now. This one's also a pain. Every time I think we're through with like the really like difficult items, I remember all the items are difficult. Unsure how that helped. Definitely want to recount. Maybe I just slide off of that one and then... Yeah, okay. Once I get to that one, I slide down, bounce left, bounce to that one, then bounce off and do a double jump over to where the turrets are, and I should be okay. This actually might not be too bad. The hardest part seems like the first bit. Oops. Only at 436 deaths. Only. a little bit scary. Can you hit me while I'm on that platform? I don't think you can. You can if I'm stupid. Uh-oh. I used my double jump. That's okay. I still salvaged it. That was clean. Okay. So we still have to beat... We have to beat the clown car, right? Which means we can just use the teleporter, I think? Like, I think we can use the teleporter to get back there quickly. Actually, can't I just... I vaguely remember being able to do this. Right, that one comes like that. Because isn't there like a Mega Man path down below that leads directly to it? God forbid if I remember how to actually get to that pathway, but... I don't know if the teleport would be faster or not. I suppose I could try the teleporter real quick. I mean, like, what's the worst that could happen from taking the teleport? It'd be the one that I'd probably take to, like, Trade Gear. I think that would be the one to take. Oh, didn't come back out. No. That's unfortunate. Beautiful. Kayan's working on Braver. I mean, I can understand it. Making games is fucking hard. Like, every dev will tell you, like, making games, it's hard and difficult and extremely difficult hard. And those people are like, but why does it take games so long to come out? They should be able to make it in, like, 3 years or something. Back in my day, they made games in 6 months. I forgot about this room. I almost forgot about it. I heard something that this fight's made harder, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. You know, if they really wanted to throw players for a loop, have Dr. Robotnik come out at one point. Okay. Well, it seems like the mashing was made a bit easier. I remember that taking way more bullets. Now this is the part that's hard, right? The rest of the fight is just the lead up to this. Oh, I wasn't paying enough attention. That was almost well, not a first try, but like, it was almost a pretty good, solid try. I don't know how many bullets he takes in that phase, though. Really, I remember the hardest part of this fight is just hitting him with this damn bomb. I guess I made the hitbox a bit bigger. The only thing I read is, like, apparently jumping over the ball is, like, a bit harder or something in this version. Like, I don't know. Well, hell, we're almost at the Gaia's Fortress. I mean, we have that horrible, horrible minecart section to get through first, but so far so good. Oh, you can skip those scenes too. Okay, that's good to know. And apparently I can just not jump, which is super cool too. Super not jumping. 5. That's a ROM hack, I'm sure. A no jump hack for Mario. I ruined it. Actually, I can just hang out in this corner. Imagine if there were spin jump mechanics. Like, you had to, like, spin jump and break blocks or something. Oh, that's gotta be in a fan game somewhere. There's no doubt in my mind. Like, fan games have experimented with all sorts of mechanics across such a wide berth of, like, all the games that influenced them, you know? The greed. Well, at least we can kill him in one cycle. I feel like he takes way less damage. So yeah, this boss... Man, all the bosses are easier than I remember, except for Craiggief. Craiggief is about on par with what I was remembering. Mother Brain went down in, like, no time at all. Tyson was just a couple of... Well, Tyson's never been that hard. Tyson's, like, your intro boss of the game. I think we beat Mecha Birdo, like, first try. Or second try, because I wanted to get the secret item, so I died on my first attempt. I'm sure the guy is still going to be pretty hard, because he's really, like, patternated and pattern-heavy. Most of the challenge comes from that, for sure. Doesn't, like, smash the center, does he? It's been a while, so I'm just being cautious. I want to go back and save. I feel like I want to go back and save. I can't go back and save. Can I? Maybe I have to jump. Okay, I can. I feel like you have to do that jump in, like, one bound. Like, I feel like that's a thing. I do remember jumping over that in, like, one single bound, and that's the only way you can clear it in time. Okay. maybe I don't step on that. I think I understand. It looks like that pedestal, like there's a panel that activates that. Okay, well. Oh, I hate this part. Oh, wow, I don't remember that. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's like new, potentially. And if it's not, holy shit. I definitely don't remember that being a thing. It shot ahead of me. Oh god, yeah. Right, those guys. I remember one of these falls. That's the one. Alright, so far so good. Oh god, this. Uh-oh. What? Oh, I have to jump from... Of course. Thought it seemed too easy, even with all that. I still screwed it up. Blind screen transition jumps are probably the worst thing about this kind of game and its engine. Oh god, I am... Alright, now I'm really screwed. There's no fixing that. I mean, there might be, but... I'll be back in a second. The infamous screen that everyone... All fan games are based on this screen. This one in particular. You found it. You have found every fan game ever constructed. All the formula is right in front of you. I don't remember much about this screen, but I mean, I feel like my frame rate was probably running at like all of 5 or something for this screen. Oh, alright, just gotta get back in the groove. Really, the worst of it is that very last bit after all of this. Oh, that's right, and you have to wait for this to come all the way back down and go all the way back up. Maybe. There's this lovely remaster. Well, apparently the secret items do something now. There's a couple of jank physics that have been ported, like with the moving platforms, will like pull you with them, but like we've gotten past everything so far. In fact, we just beat the 6th boss. we're heading to the Fortress of the Guy already. It's easier than I remember, and I don't know if that's because the physics are improved or not. Or just I know that much about the game now. But we're doing pretty good. Honestly, this shit's easier than a lot of platformers that are out now. It's just that the goofiness of it. No, I'm only mildly afraid. Alright, that's the annoying part of this, is you have to redo this part. Well, I did that screen first try after all these years, so that's a good sign. And away we go! Right? Do I just, like, step on it? This will probably take me a bit. There's no making this easier. Are you ready for the greatest piece of music ever composed in the 20th century of our time? Are you ready for the masterpiece that exists within all our hearts? The song that is, it's so composed that it's composed beyond all composition, and you could never compose like that again, ever? No, no, no! Don't remember all these fish. I mean, it's a pretty good song, but yeah. Look, no other songs were ever written ever. Every song is based off of this. Oh, what? That fish. This part's a little bit rebutculous. Rebuttified. Uh-oh. I should probably, like... I'm trying to use the keyboard. I wonder if just, like, running ahead of it is, like, the way to go. Oh, I found the secret to space. Can't knock me off the minecart if I'm off the minecart. I feel like this is something new that you can only do with this version. Because I definitely don't remember coming up with this strategy before. Oh, come on. Oh, Sonic 1 prototype. Alright, let's try this with gamepad, because clearly... Well, apparently, that is the mistake. The mistake is just to just use the keyboard and fire methodically, and you'll be fine. Oh, Jesus! I feel like I'm doing that the hard way. It might have killed you if it hit you before. I'm not entirely sure. I feel like the tracks killed you or something. But yeah, that does sound familiar. I keep thinking I could just launch over the top of that without having to really worry. That's not how it works. Apparently I was on the edge of that far enough that the double jump triggered. I do remember this thing where you could like run on the tracks, but I do feel like the cart ran you over or something. Not that it really matters. I'll take any advantages I can get. Oh, jeez. Yeah, you have to. You have to do it that way. Unless... I think I might know what the game is intending for you to do there. Keyword being think. Don't remember this part. I mean, I do now that I'm seeing it, but like... I really, goddamn, still hate after all these years how terrible the double jump is in this game. It's like a cardinal sin of gaming to fuck up a double jump as badly as that. And I'm still getting the double jump trigger instead of the regular jump. Can I climb? Oh my god, it starts tilting so soon! I feel like it tilts sooner than it used to. Probably does. Part of the extra added challenge like that one trap that was just like... I'm slowly sliding back off of it, and it's concerning me. Alright, so it took us 487 deaths to get to the dragon, and 2 hours and 48 minutes. Now the real question. Ad block. Yeah. God, it was called Force of the Dragon. I was such a fucking dweeb. A terrible, terrible dweeb. Why did anyone watch me? Why are you here? Why are you here? You could be doing things. I am a constant walking existential crisis. You've only added to it, so it's okay. I will check that post sometime. But yeah, Happy New Year to everybody who is celebrating it right now, or is about to celebrate it. Now I have to remember how this works. It's the order it goes out in, right? Yep. That was probably bad. I know this fight's not that hard. The hardest part is the fact that you have to do this run up every single time, and if you don't scroll the screen like this, you're probably not gonna make it. Although I feel like this is more forgiving. Like I don't remember being able to be like this clean with my jumping before. It's the same pattern every time too, huh? Don't remember it doing that. But I mean, it probably did. What? Oh, fuck! I accidentally hit the Q button that I have set up on my keypad. Whatever, it's not like this fight's hard. Yeah, I usually set my Q button to the triggers because, like, I'm not going to be hitting those, but, like, the way the gamepad's set up, I can tap it just by holding the controller the way I was. Not a big deal. He's probably probably almost dead too, but like this is so much easier than I remember it being. Very patternated fight. Just gotta make sure I don't do it again, basically. What am I doing? I just stand on that platform. It's the same every time. I just gotta remember the order. You'd have to beat the minecart section of every boss. You do on Inferno mode or whatever the new hard difficulty is called. Super hard. Insane difficulty. Butt mode difficulty. Oh. Oh, right! I forgot. You can actually, like, trigger phase skips and things like that. Well, not phase skips, but, like, you can actually, like, damage him less to kill him sooner or something. Doesn't really matter one way or the other. Okay, don't accidentally do what I did last time. So the same pattern as before. It is not the same pattern as before. But it's also not a hard pattern, so that's okay. Wait, he comes back across again, doesn't he? And there's just no warning about it, right? Oh, fuck. Oh, God, I fucking forgot about that. Damn it. That was the end of the fight, too. Yeah, you have to run backwards. And that part, you really gotta be, like, hauling ass and booking it. Like, you can't really falter. That's more what I was remembering from this fight, is dying to that like 100 times. The actual fight itself is a cakewalk. Why am I bad? I jumped like a fraction of a second too soon because I was expecting to hit him more. Welcome to the new year. We're still stuck in 2020. There's definitely a chance for January 1st. There's Super January 1st, 2020 Turbo Edition. There's still a chance for the clock to do that here, but if you've made it to 2021, I think you might have disproved that theory. Seems legit. It's impressive. It's impressive. I'm definitely stunned. Alright. Just don't make the same mistake as before and we'll be fine. Easy. Wait for him to shoot and then jump and start shooting like that. Okay. Happy New Year to everyone over in the UK. Yes. I don't remember anything about that. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember shit about the guy's fortress. Every single time I get here, it's just a gigantic blank. I know that this catches on fire. I think you have like a fraction of a second to jump off the floor? I had some weird bug that made the fire not work. Or something like that. Yeah, it was after the dragon. Like, there is some sort of bug where if you paused after the dragon or something, you'd become invincible. I think it actually became, like, a viable speedrun tech. Right. I hate that red filter at the bottom. I forgot about that. I do remember there being some sort of trap here, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong and it's safe and everything's fine and I'm just over worrying about it. Nope, there's fire. There's a hand that comes out that wall, right? Shh, I'm good. Yo, Prince of Flight, what's up? Welcome to the remasterment of I Want to Be the Guy. Party like you're in high school and you're like 10 again or something. You're 10 and in high school. That's exactly what I mean to say. Party like you're 10 years old and in high school for some reason. You're a super genius. Ah. The section nobody fucking asked for. At least we get to hear the full, like, song and not just the intro of Monty on the Run this time around. I actually feel like... Get shredded, apparently. Didn't you have to, like, make your way to the center of this? And I'm just... No! Oh, nice. You got lucky. You didn't play you didn't play I Want to Be the Guy at the peak of its prime of the cream of its crop at the pinnacle of its panicle, which isn't a real expression, but it could be. It's all about how hard you believe. Seems legit. It's over. I wonder if you can... Alright, if I do this fast enough, I'd be able to do that. Okay, I don't think you can outdo that. But that's okay. I kind of, sort of am remembering, like, I think I'm on the right path somewhat with this. I do remember making like this jump here and then coming over here and just getting roasted because its screen transition is bad. Blind screen transitions are the best. There was a way to skip this section and I don't remember exactly what it was. I mean, like, aside from the invulnerability glitch that used to exist. Not sure what killed me there. I don't know. I don't remember things very good anymore. Only the stuff that's like really easy to remember is the stuff that I remember. Okay, so there's a spike there, and I just got killed by the fire from off screen because I moved the pixel to the right too far. I don't even know if this is the right path. It feels right. I mean, I could always just look it up too, but where's the fun in, like, you know, not struggling for an hour to get through a maze of poorly placed traps? Yeah, this just takes me back around where I've already been. Good move, me. Now what? Bet you're feeling so smart right about now. Now, I know for sure this is wrong. Because I remember going down a little bit. This is definitely not right. Neither is that path that's clear. So at the very least... I think you have to do that. I think you have to, like, outrace that. I kind of remember that. And then you just get stuck here, so I don't know what I was talking about. I don't remember nothing. How do I get over into the danger zone? About a spiral. That sounds right. What was it about the spiral? What was the spiral's goal? Ah! Think I remember now. this path? I want it to land to the right. An understanding is being met. Me and the game, we're starting to go way back now. Like, we're starting to get a grasp on each other's personalities. We're just having a good old time getting reacquainted. Now, the real question is, where do I go from here? It's going pretty good. We're only at 555 deaths in 3 hours, so we're kind of kicking his ass. Yeah, that's wrong. We don't go that way. We go to the fire. We also have like 5 of the 6 secret items, which supposedly do something now. What that something is just a thing, but yeah. There's some tweaks here and there. There's like been a couple new traps, but yeah. Been like a couple of new traps. The secret items I don't really remember how to get, so that was like kind of a pain in the ass to do. I mean, I have been crushing it basically. Like, for having not played it for as long as I have, like I'd say I'm thoroughly in the crush zone. Well, yeah, I'm going for all the secrets, but I already have 5 of them. But yeah, the secret items, those are, like, fresh, because, like, they were fresh when I did it years ago, and I never, like, went back and went, I'm gonna get all of those. Oh. Hey, I kind of remember this. I kind of remember this, like, speaking of spirals, like, that's a spiral. That's wrong, though, but... I just wish I could remember the path through this damn thing. I know I'm on the right track, but yeah. The cool part, too, is the music doesn't fucking restart anymore whenever you die, so you don't have to hear the intro slides to Monty on the Run 600,752 times. It's always a plus. So dropping in there is a bad idea, too. I don't know if this is right. This is death. So I need to get over there. That's the pathway to go. So how do I get over there? Where? I'm sorry I made I Want to See You Suffer, but not really. How much can you truly apologize for trying to make a game that made people, like, reconsider masochistic platforms? That was the entire point of it. I mean, it did its job. How do I get in there? A secret or something? So I know I exit out to the right. Time to watch a video from 2009 because I give up. Oh god, yeah, the physics are so much worse than the original just watching this. I feel like I'm close, but like, I just... Oh. Wait. What? That seems odd. But... Oh. So basically, like, the only path I didn't take was the one to go. All right. I have to remember exactly what this room was about. I remember Bowser spitting fire or something after a point. Or the platform just dying. Don't remember that. But... Forgot about that. Didn't forget about this, though. Apparently, I do remember this. Apparently, the physics for this have been vastly improved. Like, apparently that was one of the big tweaks, was to greatly improve the fucking Arkanoid physics. Isn't there a shmup section coming up? God, there is. Naturally, there's no checkpoint. I don't want to activate Sinistar. I don't think anybody wants to activate Sinistar. Unless you're playing Sinistar. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you reveal him, he just, like, he does things. What those things are, I don't remember, but... Don't want to activate Sinistar either. I mean, it could be fun. Uh-oh. Can we see it? I don't know if I want to sit here and do that. I mean, we might find out either way, because I just cannot seem to hit in the upper right corner for, like, save my life. In fact, it's really seeming like we're gonna free Sinistar before we do this. Oh, hey. Yeah, he's pretty close to being free. Getting warmer, getting warmer. Oh yeah, no, he's coming for us. Well, we may as well at this point, like... I mean, maybe he doesn't do anything. I feel like that's wrong, though. I feel like he has to do something. It's accurate. Oh. Oh, maybe he doesn't do anything. Either that, or I gotta just break that singular block there. I think he just might not do anything. I think this might be a portrait. Yeah. Lame. What? The walls fucking... God damn it, dude. I hate that about old shmups. Any shmup that has walls that kill you is just, like, a worse shmup. Even if it's a good shmup, it's a worse shmup for it. You destroy every block he does something. Does that include the ones on the floor? Because, yeah. Every block, though, that's lame. I was like a second away from that. If I had known, I would have kept going, but oh well. 'Cause I'm sure people really just want to watch Arkanoid. Slash Breakout, slash whatever you want to call it. It's funny, because one of the earliest tutorials in like every game-making thing is how to make your own Breakout clone. So it's about the simplest thing you could pull off. Yeah, Arkanoid has Speedy Ball. It also has like speed up and things like that, and more mechanics than just short minigame section. FF15 is a fun game. I mean, it's not like combat-wise, it could stand to be a lot better, but like it's still good. I do wonder if that includes all the floor blocks. It'd be upsetting if it was like a secret boss that you can fight Sinistar, but the problem, like, you just have to, like, do this minigame every time. Well. Yeah, that seems about right. That seems about right. That's what I expected. Nothing more, nothing less, you know? Like, that's pretty much exactly what I was imagining was gonna happen. So I guess that's new to this version, then. Oh, what? Worst checkpoint. Worst checkpoint. Yeah, Sinistar is like... I've never quite understood Sinistar. He's like somewhere between Eldritch Space Beast and like Constructed Nightmare. Yeah, I mean, there's also the fact if I were to save in the middle of like doing this, it resets. But I mean, like on top of that too, like this destroys the floor. Oh, come on. No, why did they make the shmup section harder? That's the one thing that didn't need to be changed. Sinistar is a trip. Like, it's one of the cooler arcade score-based games. A legend? Am I a legend? Am I that legendary? Like, do you find ancient scrolls written upon papyrus based on me? Like... Uh-oh. Here's the Hagar room. Coincidentally, a room I used to struggle with a lot, but now I don't. Aside from, you know, that right there where I just struggled, you know, just... You know. You know. Just, you know. Oh, this is gonna be a bitch with these broken physics right now. I'm stupid and dumb. I think honestly this remake jinxed itself because like the way the platform physics work right now is not as intended. So the jumps are a little trickier than they need to be. Always good to know when if you... I mean, it's a permanence thing. Like, it's not something that just gets better with time. Okay, God, when does it show up, and do I walk left or do I walk right? That's a good tweak for the modern era. Okay, I'm trying to remember where this one is. Trying to remember how to get in there. This is the last secret item that I need. Game maker error. Maybe from the right? Yeah, it looks like... I'm wondering if I can hit the save point in front of the castle and still pull this. Because I remember this being another one of those super finicky ones that's like on par with the one that leads up to the Kirby section, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's a bit kinder than that. I'll wait. It's fine. I will continue to wait. Still gonna keep waiting. Now the problem is with this, I don't remember where the gaps are and where you can stand safely and what's gonna fall. No, this leads into the fortress itself. I need to actually look this one up. Because I don't want to miss it. That would be a pain. There's a secret around here. Yeah, it leads to like a Master Higgins room. I just don't remember. Okay, hold on. Hold on a second. Okay, I'm looking right now to see. Huh. So I think I just missed it barely? Yeah, I think. I think. I thunk that I thought that I knew what I was talking about, but I also think that I don't know anything most times. I wouldn't care so much about them, but now that they supposedly do something, I'm kind of curious. Even if it's just like something small, like a congrats would be nice. That said, if they went ahead and added a whole full-blown secret area that's like super hard or whatever, probably... I don't know if I'd be annoyed or not. But that's what originally was supposed to happen, was supposed to be like a big secret area or something. Uh-oh. Ah! I want to make sure I'm doing this right. Okay, perfect. I am doing this right. Eggplants. Well, that's one thing to do. Ow! Alright, so I have to time this right, which shouldn't be too big of a deal. Oh, that last set of eggplants, though. That's fine. Just take my time with this. I don't need to rush jumping over into the great unknown yet. Okay. Got me there. This secret's a pain because of the last part in particular. I very much remember getting this. I very much remember not having a good time getting it. Alright. Just got a mental note that I need to dodge backwards at that part. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is why. Oh, there's just the perfect gap to sit right in the middle between those two. Okay. I can see it. It's like just, it's slight. It's slight, but I can see it. That's a new one. Bah! Oh, god damn it. You'd think I would learn. You'd think I would learn, but, you know, it's you know, Oops. Oops, I did it again. I think I'm the guy. What even are the secret items at this point? Like, do we even know? Are they just mysterious objects of sacred, mysterious sacred objects? God, I can't believe I fell for that. That was just like... Oh, I'm like mistiming this now. I gotta slow down. That's right! People were saying they look like parts of a gun that you assembled. I don't know why I'm trying to rush this now. I was doing fine before. This is probably the easier way to get over this pit anyways. Okay. I fucking moved too soon. Damn it! God, I hope all of those blocks don't fall. I'll just have to keep jumping. Whoa. I mean, when you think about it, Master Higgins truly is one of the best guys. That dude had to go through Adventure Island. Ah, 4 times. I mean, the first 2 times were the worst, for sure. 3 was pretty bad, too. The 4th time, it started to get fun, and then he had to go super a couple of times, and those were a lot easier. Oh, don't forget the time he went to the new Adventure Island, and then the one time he went to Adventure Island on the Wii, because no one remembers the Wii Adventure Island. Why? Because they released it, like, so late in the lifespan. They were gonna make, like, a new Bonk game in that style, too, and that never came to fruition. Why do I do these dumb things where I keep trying to rush through because I was there and the stupid block fell and it was dumb, and it was dumb, and it was dumb, and it was dumb. It was really dumb. I mean, TLDR, it was dumb. I was dumb. Mother of ass! Did you turn into the AVG? Ass! Fuck! It's put on that award-winning James Rolfe acting. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Whoop. I'm just styling now. This is me styling. I'm putting on my styling face. They can't forget the all-time classic. What were they thinking? Dude, why did I do that? It's not like I needed to get out of there. I'm just styling on the game because I can. I don't know why I got out of there. Like, I could have just died and it would have kept it. One why, two how. I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm good at random parts of I want to be the guy. Oh no. Oh, and I'm dead. I was doing pretty good though. You know, the irony of that is Kayan played Evo, like the PC98 one, years later, and was like, oh, this is so much better than the Super Nintendo one. I remember him just like having a big thread about it being like his game of the year that he played, which is just so funny to me. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Bah! Bah humbug! I'll have to play it sometime with the translation patch, now that that's a thing. I mean, that was basically the reason I didn't play it before, and that was basically the only reason that I'd even seen it was because of your stream of it and your, like, rough, on-the-fly translation. That was, like, the only reason I even knew it was, like, a thing, and it was, like, more interesting. Same thing that gave me... You know, that's fine. We all know Kayan's, like, horny on main. It's just part of following him at this point. If he's not tweeting about, like, sucking fucking Guilty Gear feet, something's wrong. You know, that might be a good idea. Like, find a JRPG or a text-heavy game that's, like text-heavy, but it's not, like, too text-heavy, and just, like, brush up on Japanese that way. It's not a bad idea. Okay. Hold left here. And then that save point tries to fucking kill me, because who could forget that one? Twist, I really don't want to think about that. I'm pretty sure that would just go through all the dens. That would be, you would just be checking off all the boxes if you went at that point.
Die, monster! What? You!
What is this? Another child? One more for my...
Speaking of Kayan, there's his lovely voice.
Spike and Moon! Now I shall rescue the
Not the guy. The father.
What?
Yes, now I recognize you. Son, the hair, the shirt, the cape. You are one of my...
The iconic hair, and the iconic shirt, and the iconic cape.
Check your inventories, Ring Kid. You know it to be true.
Wait! Former grandfather the guy! You killed him!
As you
Babies. Oh, jeez.
killed yourself.
Hey, the guy, have you heard of both of these?
Be the guy!
I don't remember how this fight goes. He shot much faster than he ran that time. Fan game bosses are just dumb now because it's just like a lot of them are just people like testing, you know, like just seeing what they can do. I think I skipped a phase. Right? Remember this vaguely. I think you need to jump over him there, and then he does the same thing on this side, right? Nope, big bullet time. This is where you have to bounce the bullet back at him, which I don't remember the timing for. Glad to see my mash finger is still strong. Not like it used to be, but, you know. Considering you have to do 2 phases of this doofus every time. The bullets just keep bouncing forever now? They do. That's a thing. Oh, I have to do it multiple times. How many times? God, good luck me. I don't remember shit about doing this fight. Did he go around a full rotation? I guess. Oh, that was stupid. I only had to do it one more time after that and it would have been fine. To this day, I'm still afraid that that stained glass will kill you, even though I know it doesn't. They remastered the game, they changed a couple of traps, and they've added like a couple of little bibbles and bobbles here and there. Apparently all the secret items do something now, which, I mean, I will find out at some point soon. Forgot about that one. Yeah, it's still a free download. Why wouldn't it be? I say, knowing about the Ghosts and Goblins, like, fan game that is charged and somehow has not been taken down, and I'm fucking baffled by it, because it's of amazing quality, but it's like, how? Actually, it might get taken down now, because there's new Ghosts and Goblins coming out. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, you could not get away with charging for this game, for obvious reasons. Unless you want a Nintendo DMCA and a lawsuit on your ass. Oh, that was scary. But yeah, Ghosts and Demons is the one I'm referring to, and I have no idea how that's been allowed to live. Yeah, I mean, this fight's always been super awkward. Forgot those hurt you. What am I doing? What am I doing? Getting way ahead of myself. Time. It's a harrowing experience. You never know what you're gonna get with this jump. I mean, the only thing I've never liked about this phase, or this boss in particular, is the fact that the eyes slowly recover if you don't keep shooting them. Alright, I'm gonna wait to drop down there until after he shoots the shit this time, because it's not been treating me very well to... I don't remember when to push the button after the credits. Like, I think you push right. Do you push right? Like, I feel like you just... I feel like I should just be mashing right or jump during all of the credits. Yeah, before Troll Fruit. I guess I should just be on the lookout for Troll Fruit. Oh, don't worry. I'm pretty sure I died to this boss a bajillion goddamn times when I was younger. Key in quality assurance. Okay, I believe you. That's so strange to me that this game that was like felt like such a monolithic undertaking when I was younger and like just so much like more difficult and stuff. It's really just like a 4-hour long game. Solgren, yeah, that's a fight. That's a I don't like that fight. I don't like Bashi because Bashi is just like a fast trip to like decimating your wrists without using a turbo fire. It was from I'll give it this. It was from a different era where it was like mashing was more of like, oh yeah, no mash, just no problem. It's not going to cause us any problems. Mashing, it's all about the old games and mashing. And now it's like, maybe don't do that. Maybe don't build your game around that. Like, I feel like every boss in Bashi would be better if it had half the health that it does. Maybe not half, but like a third. Or not a third. Like 3/4 of the health that they have. That's what I meant to say. Like a 3/4 of the health that they have would probably be the sweet spot. Because you could probably beat them without mashing around the same time. And then the people that could mash find quick kills. Avoidance fan games? Never played any. Not really my thing, which is weird because I really like Undertale. And Undertale at its core is an avoidance game. It's not really my thing, but I think it's impressive what people do with them, for sure. It's coming up. Does that mean Pitfall Harry is technically the grandfather of former the guy? Okay. Yeah, I've played Blasphemous. I haven't played the DLC, though. Oh god, what's this do? Evil text. Alright. 4 weeks. It took 4 weeks to remaster this. That should tell you, like, the difference in game-making tools now versus then. Did the cat turn? Oh, it's growing. It's growing! I mean, I knew it was coming, but still. Great. So it gets you a secret developers room, which is fine. Oh. Oh man, is there gonna be a secret Johnny boss with Kain? It's just gonna keep growing, isn't it? I'm hoping I grow it big enough eventually to where I just don't have to, like... I mean, is the hitbox growing with it? I don't think it is. Is there a way I can... Hold on. Just seeing if there's a way I could, like, turbo one of the buttons in X-Patter. There is. Okay. Let's see if this helps. I mean, I really have no idea what to expect from just growing this thing to unusual proportions. Or if anything is to be expected. Wait, can I make the cat big enough to stand on? The hitbox doesn't increase in size for it. I wonder if you can get away from it before it explodes. Like, I'm actually legitimately curious about that. I just keep expecting to pop. I destroyed the music by doing that. Jeez. Well, I can't expect too much from the remaster to, like, you know, like, to add, like, a whole bunch of stuff, because then it's, like, beyond a remaster at that point, you know? Like, then it's adding stuff onto the original and kind of going beyond the scope and intention. Is there a way I can, like, up the rapid-fire rate? There we go. Yeah, that works. Well, at least now we get to see what happens when we make this monstrosity too large. I really hope this just grows to the size of the screen at this point. I'm also kind of, like, expecting it to just overflow at some point and actually crash. Oh man, I hope I can crash the game. That would be perfect. The perfect way to end all of this is we just crash it entirely. Hold on, I want to check on something real quick. I'm surprised how quick that went. I thought this was, like, seriously going to take me, like... My in-game time is 3:54, and you gotta imagine I've been messing around in this room for, what, like, 10 minutes now? So it only took me, like, 3 hours and 40 minutes to beat I Want to Be the Guy. 631 deaths, but I think that was probably closer to, like, 620-something. Because I died in here, like, a couple times, right? Like, 3-4 times. So between 625 to 629 deaths, probably. I think there's actually quite a few fan games like that already. I don't know what this is. I don't know, he just keeps growing, and I'm just curious if I can crash the game like whole time. He's so large now. Flugel is huge. There's eventually gotta be, like, a size that's gonna destroy it. It's just the ever-expanding 3D texture. He's overshadowing Kain over there. Sorry, Kain. It probably will go forever. I don't know why I'm doing this. I guess because I beat it so quickly, and the other plans that I had earlier were rescheduling for tomorrow. Which makes more sense either way. What would be great is if it just expanded more every time. He's just big enough you jump in his mouth. I don't know why. You're all my captains at this point. Like, I'm sorry. You're being held hostage on this New Year's Eve to watch me expand a portrait by shooting at 1.5 million times for no discernible reason other than for science. I'm not even sure that that's for science. It's very much stretching the definition well beyond what its meaning is intended to be. It's literally the size of the full screen. I can't even see the platforms anymore for the most part. I think this is the worst boss. Worst boss has too much HP. Fucking... Please nerf. I still can't jump into his mouth. The other portrait is just like... Oh, I got killed by the eggplant. I couldn't see. Yikes, Lags. Stay safe, man. Forgot all about the eggplant. I think this just knocks all the torches down. Yeah, ultimate Flugel. True final boss. I think this just activates fire everywhere in the room. Like, I'm curious if there's like a way around it, but it looks like it's just dead. That takes a lot of shots to activate that. Alright, I'm gonna turn off the auto fire now. There's no reason to have it on anymore. So I think that's that. Like, other than, like, the boss rush, but I don't think the boss rush does anything new. The only thing new in the boss rush that I know of is they added the guy's second phase, because it wasn't part of the original boss rush. I mean, I could look at the patch notes real quick, but if there's nothing new, I'm not exactly gonna sit down and do the boss rush just to see. Gameplay changes, yeah, here we go. Okay, skip the sequence, you can skip all boss intros, semi-solid platform. I mean, you can say something that you know. I feel like I'm done with this remaster at this point. The Kingsfield's people. Look, the game moves at like 2 frames per second. That's a hard speedrun. I've seen some really impressive like Kingsfield and Shadow Tower speedruns and things like that though. New characters you can select when starting a save. Intriguing. How do I get to the title screen from here, though? Might just have to reload the game real quick. I'll just reload the game real quick. The game will be reloaded in a jiffy, as they say. Yo, Tidget. Yeah. Missed the whole goddamn thing. Well, let's take a look at these other characters. Dot Kid, the Vic Fight. Huh. Alright. You know, I'm kind of down for this. I'm okay with experimenting a little bit here. Oh god. Careful. Careful. This is interesting. I'm into it. The easiest I want to be the guy has ever been. What happens when you get to the Vic Viper section as the Vic Viper? I'm scared. Beating with all characters unlocks broad fractions. What about the Dot Kid? That's the one I'm curious about. Like, how does that operate? Okay, I gotta be careful here. Okay, alright, yep, that looks good to me. Oh god, I'm still on fire. Can I just be on fire forever? Well, no. Okay, maybe I shouldn't play it on the highest difficulty. Maybe I should actually play it on a difficulty with saves. How do I... There we go. I also want to check this out. Is that my hitbox? Or is my hitbox just the dot? Games for ants. This is weird. This is weird. This is a shitpost, I'm sure. I can't even see my hitbox, like, where I am. No, it's literally just the dot. Like, it's just you have the smallest hitbox in the known universe now. I think the circle is just so you can actually see your damn self while you're doing this. That's dumb. I just want to mess with Vic Viper mode, though. Like, that, as fun as that is, like, Vic Viper mode seems like the most interesting addition. I say interesting, I mean, it's still... It just seems to be dot mode and Vic Viper mode. I'm glad the wuss save still exists. I'm looking forward to choice of character for I Want to Be the Guy Remastered at the next major GDQ event. Maybe not the next major one, but the one after, the upcoming one for sure. And off he goes. Just thinking about the DuckTales section with this. The minecart section, I should say. Wow, the hitbox is surprisingly forgiving. So does the moon still kill you? Because it's like... That's... I want to see what this is all about. I can't. This is... I like this. I like this kind of like... It feels like a legit cheat mode after, you know... All things considered for I Want to Be the Guy. I have to like... Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Well, I can do this now. Still got me. Just curious if there's like unused screens. Nope. Oh wow, the bird just kills you. Vroom. Vroom. Oh, you only have to collect the secret items on one file for them to unlock. That's kind of nice. Look, we're experimenting. Something funny about that. It still feels very I Want to Be the Guy. Is there? No, you just die. This fight as it was intended. I wonder if the floors would kill you, though, like for the missiles. Wait. Don't mind me just testing things. I know we're just holding out hope for shit that isn't there, but how cool would it be if there was something that you can only get to with a new secret character, right? Pow! Of course. I kind of want to see like a speedrun of this, just this mode. Oh, this might actually be somewhat tricky. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, maybe it will be. Speedrun! Oh god. Precision! I wonder something. This actually feels more difficult than it originally was. Just gonna check something real quick. Oh. Well, you could go down that path. They just instantly kill you now. Okay. I was curious what they would do. Damn. It feels amazing to be able to just fly over everything after, like, replaying it. Pretty sure that's not right, but I'll roll with it. I don't think you can get to any bosses by going backwards from here, but it's still amusing that you can. I don't know if the platforms themselves are gonna kill me or not. Excuse me, just shortcutting my way over here. Oh, you know what? So it's only until it hits the floor that you can do that. Well, now... Or just turn on turbo. There's something about the flaming room and this increasing flugel. Imagine describing this to somebody who's never played video games before. Or has only played modern games, or like open world stuff. Like, imagine like somebody's only game was Ghost of Tsushima or something, and you had to try and explain this. I feel like this is the equivalent of that Elmo meme you see online. I feel like if I showed this to myself 10 years ago, I'd still be like, alright, yeah, sure, whatever. I want to be the guy. Or no, I probably would have been like, oh, that's fucking loony fuck pants, bro. That shit is fucking shit fuck. I don't know, I swore way too much back then. I just assumed that's what I sounded like. Don't know why the red tint just makes this really amusing. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be this amusing, but it is. Look how big he is. I wish the music was just slowly distorting. Ah, actually, I feel like seeing as how we've already beaten this, we need to just bust out the big guns now. Give me a second here. Where are you? All right, perfect. Look how crispy those pixels are. You just... Oh man. Somebody recording Cyberpunk 2077 on a top-of-the-line rig, but they're using HyperCam 2 to record it unregistered. Would be amazing. Or no, yeah, no, that would be it. That would be it. Just sitting here doing this. Like, yep. Put it at 15 FPS, right? Oh my fucking god. It's so big. This is what Mode 7 was invented for, by the way. I feel like the Wii Shop music makes it the best. Alright. Where's this hitbox? Oh my god. Losing track of the hitbox. How long have I... Long enough. Just long enough, Flugel. Just long enough. It's a good picture. Thanks for the sub. Thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. I'm not entirely sure why you subbed to watch me make a picture expand to like 100 times the size. I think after the second eye goes entirely off screen, like those last couple of pixels, I'm gonna give up. I'm just gonna give up on it. Oh, it's gone. Alright, we tried. Let's go back to our fun of, like, destroying the game. Uh-oh. Right. What? Yeah! Sure. I mean, that's one way to do it. Oh, it's actually working now. It broke. What? I'm so confused. What did I do that was different that time? Because I went under? You know what? I'm not going to question it. It's fine. It's working as intended as far as I can tell. I'm just going to sit here and see what happens when the Tetris actually clears. The mic at 5 kilobytes. Oh man. Just webcam the screen. I don't know if I've seen. I feel like I have seen it what happens, but I figure I should at least check it out. Thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. Hopefully you're enjoying this romp around of I Want to Be the Guy remastered. I didn't know the bullet bill did that either. New discoveries for all. Today is a day of discovering things. Oh, right, the pill. I forgot. Yeah. Does it kill me? Oh, it would kill me because I'm Gradius ship. Oh, 1.1's out? Nice. I can probably transfer my save over to that, huh? Good. Nice. Oh. I'm just gonna... That's my repentance for what I've done. I'm pretending it's a shmup boss now. We can make believe, guys. Whoa. Oh, God. That song. Great song from an unfortunate group of individuals. Wait, can I outrun it now? No. The ship from Darius, wow. I want to be the Darius where every boss is just some form of fish from a different game. Like you have a giant blooper, you have a giant Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle from the Dam section. That seems pretty I Want to Be the Guyish, right? You've got... What other giant fish are there? Oh, the anglerfish from Link's Awakening? That'd probably be a fun one. Right, Kraid. Alright, I have the turbo on. Well, that's good, because then I can actually, like, see if this bug still... or this... quick kill still works. I should actually turn the turbo off. I was just doing that to expand the flugel to massive proportions beyond human comprehension. Oh, there he goes. I forgot that was even a move he had. Actually, what was if I just like... Oh man, the spikes. Well, you can't shoot Craig Giff in the butt. An attempt was made, but there's an unfortunate inability to do so. Excellent. So, let me see. This 1.1, do I just replace the EXE in my folder? And I'd keep my saves and all that? I can't believe I beat him and he beat me. And we beat each other. Gio. Okay, I'll check that out after I go another round with my favorite. You know, I'm probably just safe up here. Like, if I just hang out up here, I'll have a nice day. Nice friendly day. That's a good time for everybody involved. Whoop. Actually, can I just... I could. Probably gonna kill me though. Alright, let's take a look at this here. Gio. Load. I need to clean my downloads folder because I downloaded a bunch of VGZs the other day. Explore through. Okay, so for this, do I just copy over my... Yeah, I just copy over my save file, probably. Maybe the data file, too? No, the data file is just the actual folder data for the game that I shouldn't have opened because my computer was going, ah, why did you do that? Okay, so I just copy the save file over. That's easy enough. We're probably going to get eardrum blasted when I swap EXEs, just as a fair warning. Oh. Well, I already set up X-Patter. Let's take a look at this here. 1.0, was he excessively hard? He felt like the same as I remember, but... Try another game, I like Super Mario Brothers. Yeah, that's a good comment. Oh yeah, he looks like he stays open for much longer now. Like, that actually seems like a much larger window. 50% chance he was invulnerable in Phase 3, jeez. Oh, well, I hit the glitch. I triggered it. I done triggered the bug. Oh, I should get further away so he doesn't explode in my face again. See ya, dude. A little lower, a little lower. Wait, what? What's up here? Wait, what? What? Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna try and figure that one out. Isn't that just Fallout, Neon? I don't know why I called you Neon. You're Neon now! I do not know you on a first-name basis, sir. Yeah. I knew it was like a spawn point, but interesting. Oh, this room's actually gonna be... This room's actually gonna be kind of hard, huh? I'm scared now. This might be the hardest room in the game. How will I know where to fall? Clearly, I should have just, like, waited until I, got the Vic Viper to get this upgrade. Though I get the feeling you can't unlock these without getting all the secret items, right? Like, I feel like that's a thing. I mean, this is probably something I've wanted to do for all my life, of just turning this boss into a shmup. As I run into the wall at full speed because I just don't know what I'm doing with my existence anymore. Let's take a look at this image. This image. Yeah, probably. Oh boy, I hope the escape sequence doesn't cause me any trouble. I hope the platforming isn't too hard. I am afraid that those will kill me though, so I'm just gonna be a little bit careful. They do not. Dude, the couches still launch you? These are the real important questions. Things that are going to keep me up at night. Wait, hold on, hold on. The couches just kill you now. Okay, that's fine. I don't know what I expected. Hold shift. Which button is shift? Oh, you can move. Oh, you can strafe! That's cool. I didn't really expect there to be more buttons, truth be told. You can strafe at the cost of movement. That's kind of cool. Oh, that rectangle that's a tiny little hitbox. Legendary Cybernoid mode? Absolutely. Fine. Wait, what? Oh god. Whoa! Ah! Alright, slow down. Slow down. Okay, we're good. We got this. How am I gonna clear the laser room, though? I guess I'm fast enough. Yeah, I guess quickly. That's very quickly is indeed the right answer for that. I want to see speedruns of this mode because it's so stupid. I'm sure there's probably some weirdly strange warp glitches that still work in this. I'd be more surprised if there weren't. Actually, I wonder if I can just, like... Sweet! I'm hanging out. I'm having a good time. He's not invited. Actually, hold on. Nope, it has to be reflected off the ball. Uh-oh. I feel like I had an easier time using the kid. I don't know why, but I definitely cycled through this fight super quick. So long, A. Wiley. Oh. I'm amazed that was still able to, like, hit me. Someday, it will activate. Still slightly precarious in new ways. Yeah, you can't hold jump to go slowly, but I'm dumb. I like trying to do it fast because dumb. There is something just really satisfying about going quickly and, like, rounding those corners super fast. Well, also, I think it would just be so stupid to see this category as, like, a speedrun category. Like, this would be one of the dumbest ones that you could ever possibly have. play it safe. Now, here's something I'm very curious about, and I don't know if this is gonna work, but I'm gonna try it. I feel like I can go underneath him if I try really hard. Awesome. Uh-oh. I have to do things sometimes. Oh, the fish... Yeah, that actually makes sense. Now it's actually a shmup. They can't hit me up here, though, surely. Oh god, it's rotating upwards. Why am I choosing to do this the hard way? Look, Ma, I can't see where I'm going. How did I not die there? I wonder if you can actually run into those. When you can't be asked to play the game how they intend you to play it. Every way is the intended way. This is true. Wait. What? What was that blackness? Was that my black soul being exposed to all that are willing to see it? I feel like it may have been. Oh god. Playing with fire now. Now I'm just taunting the poor beast. I remember how the trick worked. If you died like right here at the end and you let it transition into the Fortress of the Guy, you'd be invincible. That's how that bug worked. I remember now. I kind of had a feeling something like that was going to eventually happen. This part's probably one of the harder parts with the Vic Viper, just because it's so tight in all the corridors. And you can't really see on the screen transitions where you're going to run into a wall most of the time. I did the same thing I did last time, because I just think go down there. I got it this time. No, I don't. You know, one of the funniest things that I find about I Want to Be the Guy in Battle Kid is they had a very similar glitch for invincibility at launch. Both of them. Okay, this time I got it. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, this is actually going to be tough. Nailing this. Alright, maybe not. Actually, I could just fly underneath all that. Oh! I don't even remember that being a trap there. I guess I just launched over it. Well, there's no way to make this any quicker. Oh, I can make it more interesting on myself, though. I'm turning this into dodgeball now. If only I could destroy those blocks with the gun. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't even know how. I mean, I know how, but I don't know how, basically. It was kind of an extraordinary talent how busted it was in the original. I wish this thing moved like, maybe, I don't know, 1.5 times the speed. I tried, but it makes no sense. Good, excellent, yeah, that's what I want to hear. I mean, it's perfect. You can't unperfect that at all. 1.2 dip switch. Turn on shitty physics. It was like the default bounce code plus the way it collided with the paddle that made it so busted. Damn it. When you have large hopes and dreams, but you know they just can't come true. Well, improved physics, too, seems to be like the jump height is just better than original I Want to Be the Dude, man. Where's that boss at? Yeah, it seems like you can jump higher and lower. Not that it really matters when you can't jump at all right now, but you know. Details. Can it appear on top of me? I can skip it entirely. Shoot Hacker does his face slowly shrink. That'd be awesome, but no. You just can't be asked with the elevator, so you just fly through it. Oh, hell.
Die, monster!
Oh, God. I mean, this seems right. Oh, I was in the mouth, so I died. Yeah, Nanokin's like the main thing I do with all my free time. Actually, not all my non-free time. Because when you develop, you are never truly free. But yeah, I'm one of the 2D artists on that. Ooh. Whoop. Hey! The clip played that time. So that was like a 40-minute run with a Vic Viper, and that was with a lot of screwing around. I like the Dot Kid mode too, because it's just so strange. I like unlockables like that, where the unlockable isn't about keeping or maintaining the balance of the game. It's just there for fun. Like, it could be totally like impossible to clear, or it could just be super easy to clear, and so on. But yeah, Dot Kid is so tiny. I feel I am not part of this usual posse that is coming up behind me. Okay, I should actually retweet the our New Year's post. Oh god. Oh, did we post the title music? Nice. Posted the title music and the key art, which is great. That key art is just fucking astounding. Every time I see it, it's just like, god damn. It's so cool looking. I want to be the guy, but you play as one of the background trees. I'm just gonna link our New Year's post, that way people can check out the title music. Mostly Kyle's composition. I added like a few little plinky plongs, and I think I came up with the ending bit? I don't remember. And I mixed and mastered it. What that means, I don't know. Give me a sec. That was actually perfect timing to get called away. Like, I don't think it could have been timed any better to get called away from her just a second. It doesn't matter. But, yeah, I'm gonna go eat. I don't know what I want to, like, I don't know if I want to keep messing around with I want to be the guy, or if I want to try something else after this, but yeah, I should go eat. I'm gonna keep the stream running because I feel like I'm not going to just like stop after this, but I don't know if I'm gonna keep playing around with I want to be the guy or mess with something else afterwards. We will figure it out as we go. Yeah, it's like 2 a.m. You should probably sleep. Anyone else where it's 2 a.m., you should probably sleep. But I'm gonna figure out something. I'll figure out something, some shenanigans. Shenanigans. Let me throw on some tunes for you to listen to while you wait. Composed by our resident neon layer in chat, Kyle. And I'm going to remove this text. Dude, it's just been sitting on my computer. Like, there's nothing. It's just sitting there. I can send it to you if you want. I have most of your old songs archived in places. Like, I even have some of the remixes you did for certain things lying around somewhere. They're around. I'll find them. But yeah. Be back in like 15-20, guys. Hang tight. Hopefully you enjoyed it. And if you have to leave, I will catch you all next time when I stream again. But for now, back in a few.